They say that Limbo is a world made from memories of the dead. And memories can be treacherous. Sometimes I only see glimpses of mine. And sometimes I remember too much. I remember your face. And I'll do whatever it takes to see you again. We just have to wait a little longer. Until this job is done. Now to find this cursed king. More of those old West buildings. Looks like even this part of Limbo's been changed. Just like I was. What's this? Valerie will know. Cartel, or at least their cannon fodder. They said these are just cold and lifeless soul fragments. Not people anymore, just twisted shadows. Well, it sure as hell doesn't look like the Old West, which means that king must be nearby. This place? Huh. Maybe it's something I can build. Something that'll help. Leave those souls alone.
Well, an ENVOY death in our domain.
It's not your domain, and you know it. Stand down and withdraw your forces. First and only warning.
You take the souls back to your master. The rest of you, kill him.
to next?
Ah, bless me soul, an envoy of death. Or, like I says in this business, a customer. Welcome to Deadeye McGee's Emporium.
Wait, you're a pirate?
I see your master recruited ye for your wits. Aye, Corky Deadeye McGee, at your service.
What is a pirate doing in the middle of the Old West?
You didn't think old Limbo was just some puffed-up penny-waist version of the New World, did ya? There'll be other parts, lad, like the sea, and other places. There'll be more in the depths of Death's realms than ye might know, or want to know.
That doesn't answer the question of why you're here. Are you working with the cartel?
Those scurvy dogs, nothing but trouble, I tell you. Besides, I might sell me mum to Davy Jones, but at least Davy Jones pays. Those brainless blighters don't know what they're carrying. But them that fights them now, there's an opportunity for coin. And I always had a nose for opportunity. Till it fell off, of course. So I loaded me cargo, hoist the sails, and followed me nose up here.
I see. And what's your nose telling you now?
That's your agent willing to part with your coin if it gets you something handy. Why not take a look at me wares? A little gold will get you all manner of useful trinkets from the depths of Limbo.
You realize the gold isn't real, right?
Aye, but what's a pirate without its chest of doubloons and pieces of eight? Now, see what I've got to offer.
All right. Thanks.
No touching the gold, savvy? A pleasure, lad. Looking forward to doing business with ye.
Back again. Death?
SOULSLINGER. The souls.
Ah, right.
This essence is heavy with souls of the dead. The cartel grows bolder.
Yeah? Greedier too.
Some of these souls are prepared to cross over. I must bring them to the gate before restoring the others. Follow.
An eternity of this. But it'll be worth it. Lady Valerie.
SOULSLINGER, welcome back. So, first glimpse of the parts of Limbo under cartel control. How was it?
Oh, different from here. Compared to this, you wouldn't think they were both the same afterlife.
They're not. Not really. Haven is quite unique thanks to death. As for Limbo, you'll get used to it. It's always getting twisted by the will of the souls within. Particularly the overzealous.
You mean like the cartel?
Or its head. You should probably go see Death.
Oh, any idea what this is?
A tear of oblivion. Raw spectral energy. We can use those. Just add it to the Well of Tears. You can enhance your envoy abilities with its waters.
Thanks, Valerie.
Lady Valerie. And you're welcome.
What are you doing?
Souls must be whole to cross over to the other side. If these are undamaged, they may pass through the gates when they are ready, or stay here until then. But those souls that are broken no longer have that choice. Any damage, any scarring, and the gate is barred to them forever.
Yeah, I know.
The sooner this cartel is dealt with, the fewer souls they will endanger with their harvest.
Then I had better get back out there.
I will activate the portal back into Limbo. Make your preparations to depart.
Oh, this is how envoys train. So, where am I going to next?
Back. Your assignment is not complete.
How's the stockpile doing? Flashes are happening again. Same as last time. Who was that? Why can't I remember? There they are.
SOULSLINGER.
Dad, what are you doing here? Didn't you say limbo was off limits for you?
For sustained periods, yes. Hence my need for envoys. But occasionally, it's worth the effort to visit and offer assistance. Which brings me to you. I've been watching your progress. Satisfactory, but I believe you may need that assistance sooner rather than later.
Well, I don't know about... Wait, you're watching my progress?
The envoys of death are always under my gaze. Wherever they go, whatever they do, whatever they see, I see as well.
So, no matter what I do, you're always watching me. Great. So, what's this assistance you were talking about?
A temporary infusion of my power. It will provide you with further strength and abilities. Once you become accustomed to it. Before that, you may find it a temporary hindrance.
To deal with the downside, huh? Why does that sound familiar? I'll take it. Thanks for the help. Any other assistance you can give me?
No.
Sorry I asked. this is where we come back.
Well, you're back earlier than expected.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. Something, I guess. Let's see if I can put this to good use. How does the cartel keep making more of these?
An envoy in my realm. An ill-bred one, too. You should be using the trade entrance.
And you are?
I am the Countess of Ridgeledge, last in the line of Ridgeledge.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Oh, yet another upstart who's forgotten the rule.
I'm not sure I follow.
Something my father taught me as a girl, and his father before him. It started in the schoolroom, learning about the creatures of the wildest Africa. Then repeated in every single aspect of life and death. You see, there are lions, and then there's the lion's prey. Other animals there for the lion to feed on. That's their role. Their job. The rule of the wild, my dear envoy, is that some of us are lions. And some of us are not.
Terrific.
Gang and work for him, or he would ransack the other half.
And what did you say?
What do you think? You think I'd willingly debase myself by working for such a ruffian? You think I'd willingly let my lands fall into ruin like this? How could one man be so powerful? He took everything from me, pillaged my domain, left it in ruins, took my souls, my prey, all gone.
Doesn't sound like you were much of a lion then. Maybe you were the prey after all.
Escort this envoy off my estate.
Please, Your Grace, have mercy. I swear, I'll pay the rent. I just need a little more time.
I can do a little work, milady, honest. I'm good with a needle. You won't have any trouble. I have children, Your Grace. How are they to live?
My pa built that barn on his own 2 hands. He made the Beckett farm the best on your father's estate. And now, because of one fire, please, he's an old, sick man. Surely, he deserves something for his troubles.
Bartleby, good work dealing with Beckett. I see why my father's man recommended you as his successor. A shame about the little girl, but I do not blame you. She should not have been playing in the barn in the first place. The fire took out their new hen house as well, which saved me a great deal on reimbursements for any improvements the tenants made to the property. How unlucky for the family, after so many generations tending our land. Still, in the end, they accepted that my generous terms for terminating their tenancy were the most they could hope for, rather than their initial, entitled demands. I may have more work for you soon. The property would be more profitable combined with the neighbouring farm. But their neighbours have a lifetime lease and pay rent promptly, so as not to lose it. Perhaps you might call on them and test if their barn is as flammable as Beckett's.
So I guess there were some ruffians she was fine working with, as long as they were sabotaging her poor tenants just to make it easier to fleece them. And it kept going even in death. She is a predator, even if she's more vulture than lion.
You're still here? Trespassing on my estate? Very well. If the prey insists throwing itself into the lion's mouth, so be it.
Could you please stop talking already? I don't know if I can handle this right now. Can't believe I'm still up right after that. One foot in front of the other. That's it. I'll bet Death wasn't exactly impressed by that performance.
Hey, sometimes when I'm in a part of limbo that echoes your time, there are these beautiful towers of glass, taller than the spire of a cathedral. What are they?
Skyscrapers. They're called skyscrapers. Never thought I'd miss them. Got some tears here. Better weapons means better chances out there. Let's see if I can put this to good use. Grabbing everything.
I miss the sea. That breeze blowing salt and spray in your face. Here, all the breeze blows in your face is dust. So, next time I'll put out the good stuff.
Us with his presence. My rivals used to send men like you as mouthpieces, errand boys. I used to rip out their tongues. Guards, seize him.
Your minions to do your dirty work, your majesty?
Of course, isn't that the whole point? A king has subjects, servants. That's what royal power is. Bowing, kneeling, obedience. The divine right of a king. That's what I had. What I was. For a time. But it all trickled away with the years. The subjects, the servants, the bowing, the kneeling, until I was alone, waiting in an empty hall. But then, Victor restored what was mine by right. He showed me how these could be my servants. And now, thanks to my new ally, I am king once more.
Ah, right. Your ally, Victor, the cartel boss. Your boss.
Dare.
So you joined a criminal gang and lowered yourself to the role of lieutenant, just so the gang boss would toss you some scraps of leftover power? Not much of a king.
3 times have I vanquished you, and 3 times you returned. You're becoming a nuisance.
Like I said, that's my job.
King summons you.
managed to beat the...
I am aware. I see everything you do. Remember?
Right.
Bring the king's soul to the gate. It is time to render punishment for his crimes.
I didn't think he had any interest in what crimes someone committed.
Their crimes in life? No. But their crimes in death. Those are of my utmost concern.
Lady Valerie, I took down the cursed king.
Well done, Soulslinger. I was wondering what accounted for Death's chipper mood.
That's him being chipper?
It's subtle, but you get used to it. How's the rest of it going?
Good, yeah, except, got those flashes of memory again.
I see. Do you remember anything new?
No, just, same as last time. Everything else between the crash and waking up here is a blank. What if those flashes are all I ever remember?
I wouldn't worry yet. Your soul still has a lot of healing to do from that injury. The more it mends, the more you'll recall, I suspect.
And hopefully, the more you and Death can actually tell me anything. Like, what my name used to be, how I got this injury, how I woke up here.
You realize we're not keeping things secret out of spite, I hope.
I just still can't wrap my head around the idea that just telling me what happened might break me. Is it that traumatic? Am I really that fragile?
You are not. Your soul's form is another matter. Injuries make souls brittle and unstable. Too much psychic pressure on that trauma, like a memory triggered too early, and the whole thing could shatter. I've seen it happen to too many souls in this job, even without death's orders. I'd rather not risk it.
So, when will I know that I'm safe? That I'm ready?
I don't know, Soulslinger. For now, though, you should go see Death. Knowing him, he's itching to put the matter of the cursed king to rest, once and for all.
The king's soul.
Wait, I thought souls had a choice to cross over.
They do. But those who infringe on the choices of others have their own choice revoked.
Forced to pass on to eternal peace and calm. Hell of a punishment. Doesn't seem fair that someone like that gets to be on the other side. The same place as her.
For the time being.
Does that mean you'll bring Mia back now?
No. The terms of our deal were very clear. Take down the cartel and their...
Thanks for the memories. sentinel.
I remember the faces screaming. It loomed, and when it ripped someone open and sucked them in, it grew. That's what I knew. My brother, so I ran. I should have fought harder. I should have died with him, not run away and hid like a craven coward.
Like a survivor, dying with your brother wouldn't have solved anything. Do you think he would have wanted that?
I don't know. All I know is that it should have been me, not him.
The leader of the cartel. Did you ever see him?
Just once, from a distance. He was pointing out which souls he wanted, which souls to feed to his pet. Never seen a soul with eyes that cold. His mouth was covered, but you just knew he was smiling like a crocodile.
The wretches are scurvy dogs, I grant ye, but they could be worse. After facing the cold, hungry gaze of a pack of banshees, well, you'll be welcome in the warm embrace of a wretch in no time. Pleasure doing business, and business doing pleasure.
Going the right way towards this stronghold.
We are. I can smell it. The scent's gone thicker every step I've taken.
Well, hello again. Helene, right? That's your name? That's a really pretty name. Not like mine, SOULSLINGER. That's not pretty at all. Mind if I play with you? Oh, is this new? Don't tell Death, but this is way more fun than going and fighting dead bad guys. These are really nice. Where'd you get them? From Lady Valerie. Did she make them for you? That was nice of her. Does she, ever play with you? No? Well, maybe you could ask her. Oh, fair enough. She can be pretty scary sometimes. Speaking of pretty scary, I should go see my boss. Thanks for playing with me, Helene. Mind if I join you?
I have to get back in the field after I'm finished with this.
So, what does Death have you doing anyway?
You don't think the cartel goons are the only threats to souls out there, do you? Limbo's a very big place. And there's always someone ripping open souls for power because they want more.
There was a little girl hanging around in the path when I got back. What's her deal?
I know the child you mean. She visits sometimes. She's been here a while. Helen. Her name is Helen.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
I am occupied, child.
Is the Grim Reaper babysitting?
Sharing the same metaphysical space as a young soul and tolerating its childlike behavior does not exactly qualify as what you just described.
Oh, right. Of course not. see if I can put this to good use.
cartel not enough? What more do you want? You've seen my domain. What more do I have to lose? What more could you take from me? Go! Just leave me to what little prey I have left.
They're not prey. They're people. People you've robbed even in death. No more. I think I can do this. Can't believe I'm still up right after that. Before I can end this.
I knew a lass in Tortuga once. Broke me heart when she died. She owed me money. And then she had the audacity to cross over to the other side instead of waiting for me to pay me back. Hope you'll pay your way at least. Avast, ye scurvy dog.
forestalls any complaints about lack of support.
You and your brother were here for a while, right? How come you didn't go through the gate?
Didn't see the point. Peace isn't where you are. It's who you're with and what you're doing.
I agree.
Well, that's annoying. I went to a lot of trouble to make sure my territory was properly protected. Waste of souls, turns out.
Victor Knox, I presume.
At your service.
You know why I'm here. Stand down and disband your cartel, or...
Oh, I know why you're here, Envoy. I just don't know why Death would send a greenhorn. I figured he'd send Lady Val, if anyone. He must be pretty desperate if he's recruiting new puppets. Huh. Have we met?
You...
Ah, well, it'll come to me eventually.
Death says I gotta give you one chance to stand down.
Some things never change, do they? I'm all too familiar with Death's little deals. The choices he offers. Tell Death to go to hell. Cute. You'll be a fun puppet to play with. Do come visit sometime. What happened?
It was him. It was him. He was there.
Victor, you encountered him?
Yes. He showed up and he did this to me, didn't he? Didn't he?
So, you remember?
Some of it. There are fuzzy bits and gaps still, but yeah. Why?
Because if you confronted the source of your soul's injury without your form shattering like glass, then your injury must have stabilized.
You mean my soul's healed? Doesn't look healed.
Only in the same way a scar heals. The damage is permanent, but the wound will no longer reopen if touched by memory or by exposure to its cause. If you can face Victor safely, that presents us with options. I must reconsider our strategy. In the meantime, I imagine you have questions.
A few? Am I cleared for answers now?
Speak to the Huntress, or Lady Valerie, however she styles herself. She can give more details of your encounter with Victor. She was there, after all.
Soulslinger, do you remember?
I remember car crash, fire. We were in the park, walking together. Car jumped the curb and she was gone. Everything was smoke and fire and pain. I don't know how long it hurt. Could have been seconds, days, or weeks even. But then the pain was gone and I was in limbo. In front of the portal. The portal to the gates. Surrounded by other ghosts ready to cross over, and I knew somehow I was just behind her. I don't know how long she waited for me, or if she was even really there, but it didn't matter. We were ready to be on the other side. Together. But before I got there, everything started changing suddenly. And then I saw him.
You're unlucky. Victor's will changes limbo around him, reshapes it into his image and memory. You got caught in that before you crossed over, just before he attacked.
I was the only one who survived the harvest, wasn't I? How? I remember running, but everything after, that's still just a gap. I don't remember it.
I do. You managed to outrun Victor for a little while. But Victor was not about to let any of his prey escape.
I have to hand it to you. You survived longer than most. That kind of tenacious energy, that'll feed me well.
He began consuming your soul with such ferocious hunger that it nearly ripped you apart. But it distracted him. And that was when I finally caught up to him.
Maybe some other time, darling.
And just like that, his spirit vanished into limbo again. I thought you were done for, but you survived. That's when I decided to bring you back to Haven.
You thought death could save me?
More like he was the only one who could. A shame he was able to talk you into the Envoy gig.
Thank you.
I don't deserve your thanks. It took me too long to track Victor down. I only managed it because he got cocky once. Before that, I'd been hunting him through half of Limbo with almost nothing to show for it. Between his random movements and all the tricks he learned from his Envoy days, I couldn't...
Wait, what? Victor, an Envoy?
Yes, just before I became one, I believe. He left Death's service soon after I started. Showed up again with his cartel recently.
I need to go talk to Death. You told me that you're aware of everything we envoys do and see, but when I got back here, you asked me what happened. You didn't know, even though there were 2 envoys there.
I see the Huntress has updated you on certain relevant information.
If he was your envoy, then why couldn't you see him? Why couldn't you stop him from doing all this?
That is the heart of the issue. As an envoy, Victor was headstrong, but he always obeyed my rules. I watched over him to ensure it, until one day I couldn't. It was like he stepped into darkness my gaze could not penetrate. He's been veiled from my sight ever since, along with anything and anyone in his reach.
So, you couldn't see me when he was there. What is this veil?
I do not know. Whatever it is, it cloaks his soul and surroundings in shadows that block my vision. It's what allowed him to escape my service, build cartel's strength and secret, hide them from my reach, and elude the Huntress in her efforts to track him.
Then how the hell are we ever gonna find him?
There is a way for an envoy to follow his soul instinctively within Limbo, but it requires a connection. Something that ties Victor's soul to the envoy's, such as a fragment of a shattered soul he consumed.
Me?
Now, you understand understand why I was willing to pay such a price to recruit you to my service. Returning a soul from beyond the gates is not done lightly, but it was worth it to gain an envoy who could track Victor down.
Then let me do what you recruited me for so I can see Nia again. Stop sending me against lieutenants and goons and let me go after Victor.
That's what I intend to do. Meet me at the portal when your preparations are complete.
So, what do I have to do to find him?
Nothing. Your connection will draw you to him naturally, or him to you. Continue dealing with the cartel, and your path will take you to him.
Alright, I'll find him.
Our deal stands, Soulslinger. Take down Victor, cut off the head of his cartel, and I will grant your partner's soul return passage from the other side, back to you.
Feels good to hold something you made. Something, I guess.
I trust at least one of these will help you. Let's crack the rest of you open.
Do I need to get before I can end this? How many times are we going to do this? It'll be good when this is done. But not today. How did they recruit this many?
What's your pleasure for today, sir? You'll be back.
take this. So this is what they were hoarding. Yes, I should. Keep going.
Dead men can still suffer.
I had a feeling he'd be back soon. Good day to you, I'll be sure.
so many cartel, but you just carve through it.
I do my best.
Wish I had your strength and your courage.
Death's precious, Envoy. Don't make me laugh. My, you are the persistent little envoy, aren't you? Diligent, obedient, stupid. I'll bet Death just loves you. He always did like good little envoys that did what they were told. I was quite the disappointment.
Are you gonna run your mouth for all eternity? Or are you gonna call in more of those sick things you made out of your victims?
Now, my wretches play a vital role in my organization, I'll have you know. Sadly, they seem to be having trouble handling rude guests that won't wait for an invitation. So, looks like I'll have to take time out of my busy schedule to deal with the problem myself. How inconvenient. Well, looks like I can hurt you much easier than you can hurt me.
You can't hurt me more than you already have!
Wouldn't make that bet if I were you.
Do you have any idea what you took from me? What and who you tore away from me when you ripped me open?
Don't know. Don't care.
And what about all your other victims?
Why should the rancher give a damn about the hopes and dreams of the cattle he slaughters? You're still trying, huh? Pouring all that hate and anger into every shot, for all the good it does.
Why can't I stop you?
Don't worry, it'll be over soon. I'm sure Death will be thrilled to see ya. Ooh, that sounded painful. I think I'm feeling sympathy pains in my wrist. Defeated already. Oh no, I'm not done yet. Not with you.
What? You're gonna finish the job? Rip my arm open again and consume the rest of my soul? I hope you choke on it.
Adorable. And tempting. But as satisfying a snack as you would be, I've got other things on my mind. Tell me, what did Death offer you?
What?
I'm just curious what he bribed you with. I'm guessing whatever it was a consolation prize. Because he said he can't give you what you really wanted. I'm guessing he claimed he can't heal your soul. Just like he told me he can't fix what happened to me. Or give me back what I lost. That's dear old Death, full of can'ts. And feeding us scraps to make up for it. Except it's not that he can't, it's that he won't. The things he told us were impossible, they're not. I found a way to do them.
How?
Doesn't matter. What matters is that I know that Death told me there was no way back. And yet, turns out there was one all along, which makes him a liar. What else is he lying about? What else is he telling you and Lady Val that he can't do? Wouldn't you want to know why he's lying to you? Why he lied to me? Why he cheated me out of what's mine? I think I deserve an answer. So, go ask him for me, would you?
Damn it! Death?
I saw that you encountered Victor. Or did not see, more accurately.
Yeah, I encountered him all right.
I assume it did not go well.
No, it didn't. I couldn't even leave a mark on him. I poured everything I had into that fight and I didn't even scratch him.
That is concerning. The power that shields him from my gaze must shield him from my envoy's powers as well.
He said you'd lied to me and Lady Valerie, like you lied to him. That you told him you couldn't fix things for him, even though you could? That you offered him scraps and cheated him? He wanted to know why. I guess he was thinking you'd done the same to us. Maybe you lied that you couldn't heal me.
Do you believe him?
No. Maybe. I don't trust him. But he was angry at you. And that anger seemed real. Dad? What is it?
I know what Victor's after. And if so, I must consult with the Huntress. Meet me at the gate.
What was that about?
Oh, it's you.
You made it! I was worried you were, well, I'm really glad to see you.
The feeling's mutual. I wanted to thank you for saving me. Or at least trying to.
Are you, all right? What happened to your brother?
He's gone. The monster spent too long digesting him. His spirit, his soul, there wasn't enough left to save.
Oh.
I suppose I got off easy. Wasn't inside that thing for too long, thanks to you. Just long enough to come out a bit damaged.
You mean...
It's not the end of the world. Not like I would have ever wanted to cross over without my brother with me anyway.
I'm so sorry, old man. I wish I could have saved you both.
You did. You got me out of that nightmare, and my brother isn't suffering anymore. Weren't anything else I could have done.
And that's all I learned about it. The rest, you already know. Why are you bringing this up again now?
Because I believe Victor is attempting the same thing. So based on your experience, could he be attempting the same ritual?
I mean, yes, it could absolutely be possible. But we're talking about entirely different timelines. This isn't a few days, it's...
Over a century, which would require more souls to power it on an order of magnitude. The kind that would require a harvesting operation on a much grander scale.
like a cartel.
Speaking of souls, I must assist those that SOULSLINGER recovered on his last expedition.
Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. What's this about a ritual? Something Victor's trying to do?
Yeah, at least that's Death's theory. And it makes a lot of sense, unfortunately. It's a resurrection ritual.
You mean actually coming back from the dead? Is that even possible?
Maybe. There are those in Limbo who believe it can be done, who insist they've found a way to cheat death. A ritual to step back into the realms of life. But such rituals are forbidden, and for good reason. The cost is far too high.
You mean the souls?
Yes, the ritual needs a vast quantity of spectral energy to complete. And the longer it's been since the caster drew breath, the more it takes to bring them back. Someone like Victor would need countless souls. Not that even a single one is worth the cost.
How do you know so much about this ritual anyway?
I encountered it myself once, a long time ago.
You lost someone to it, didn't you?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
You should go. Death is waiting. And I'd like to be alone right now.
Of course.
SOULSLINGER, the Huntress informed you of my suspicions regarding Victor's motives.
Yeah, the resurrection ritual. Why does Victor care so much about returning to life?
Owen Newston.
Who?
That's who Victor was in life. His true name. When he arrived in Limbo, as Owen, he was angry, feeling cheated out of a life he was promised, as so many do. When he learned about envoys of death, he sought out an audience with me and demanded that, in return for his loyal and unquestioning service as my envoy, I restore the life he'd had cut short.
Which you couldn't do. Or wouldn't.
There is an order to the afterlife. Souls pass from life into limbo, then from limbo through the gates into what lies beyond. Bringing someone back from the dead reverses that order, quite literally, because the only way it can be done would be to rip the gate away from the other side and redirect it to the realm of the living.
What would happen if everything was suddenly just reversed like that?
The dead spilling into life, the living spilling into limbo, the other side ripped apart and lost to oblivion. Pure chaos.
Did you tell Victor this?
Multiple times. So instead, I offered him the deal of a new unlife, a purpose as my envoy. He agreed to the deal, so I assumed that was an acceptable substitute. Clearly, it wasn't.
Clearly. But never mind that now. How do we stop him? Whatever power he's found, it's protecting him from both you and me, and I can't make a dent.
You cannot, but Owen Newston can. What do you know about names in the afterlife?
Something about our old names being only as important as we make them?
Indeed. The harder a soul clings to its old life, the more power its living name will have over it.
And we just got confirmation that Owen Newston is clinging really, really hard to his old life.
Exactly. Meet me at the portal when you've completed your preparations.
So what? Do I just rush into battle with Victor, yelling, Owen Newston at the top of my lungs?
I suspect you may find a more effective way to use his name against him. Any questions?
Just one. You said that Victor reversing the order of death would cause everything to fall into chaos. What about Nia? Will her coming back cause problems?
Your instincts are right. Her return requires moving against the flow of souls, against the natural order. But a single small breach between different realms of death is more easily repaired than ripping through the veil between life and death. But now you understand why such an act is not done lightly or often.
I understand. And I will earn it. suppose it could stay this quiet. Of course not.
Dead men can still suffer.
Do my job. All right. How does the cartel keep making more of these? My souls die to make these things.
you bleed.
they were hoarding. Wait, more of those knights? It's tough.
I will make you bleed.
Me favorite customer. Welcome. There goes me entertainment.
Lady Valerie, I didn't realize you get help from death, too.
Every envoy could use the help sometime, especially when you're on a mission.
Is yours going well?
It will now, I hope. Yours?
Over soon, I hope. For good. Then I get to see Nia.
So, you're still planning to go through with a deal to have her brought back?
Of course.
Don't do it.
What?
Don't make her leave the other side of the gate just so you can trap her here.
Excuse me? The hell is that supposed to mean? I'm not trapping her here. I'm doing this so we can both be together.
Look, I don't doubt you love her, or that she loves you. But think of what you're asking her to give up. There's no pain on the other side, no doubt, no fear, just perfect peace. Can you really say the same about Limbo? Or Haven?
I just wanted to see her again.
So see her again. I'm not saying to refuse death's deal. There's nothing wrong with wanting to see her one last time, so do it. Spend some time with her, and then say your goodbyes. Just think about it, okay?
The Huntress was informative, I see.
I don't want to talk about it.
I suspect that won't last long. Until then, I offer my assistance for more important matters.
I'll have to be, won't I?
This should aid you against Victor.
Am I being selfish? I thought so much about us being together again, being happy. I didn't think if it means ripping her out of eternal peace and happiness.
There's no ripping involved. It is, as ever, the soul's choice first and foremost. My duty and yours is to honor that choice.
Huh?
When your terms are fulfilled, I will not take your lover from the other side. I merely open a door for her to step back through, should she wish. Returning to you will be her choice alone. Staying with you is also her choice. How much influence you have on that choice is between the two of you.
I understand.
Besides, your musings are premature. Perhaps you should focus on catching your prey and fulfilling your deal first.
Death's precious, Envoy. Don't make me laugh.
Lady Valerie, going somewhere?
Death's sending me on another mission. More opportunists trying to take advantage of the chaos Victor is causing.
Right. Well, I'd wish you luck, but I suspect they're the ones who'll need the luck.
You're not wrong. How are things with you?
Oh, well, it could be going better. I'm just worried that at the rate I'm going, what if I can't stop Victor from doing this ritual of his?
You'll find a way. You have to.
Yes. Hey, you know more about this ritual than I do. Is there anything I can do to, I don't know, sabotage it or something?
I don't know that much. Not enough about how to sabotage it or anything. All I know is that it requires the energy of a lot of souls. I guess more than a crowd this time.
Well, what do you mean?
For me, the attempt was done at a place where souls gathered to cross over through the gate. Lots of souls in one place at one time to harvest before the ritual. The person doing it had only been dead for a few days, so that was all that was needed, but
They still ripped those souls apart without a second thought. Without giving a damn about those people. I'm sorry, I know you lost someone in that harvest.
I did.
I'd love to hear about them sometime. Not about how they died. How they live. The good stuff.
Maybe. Someday. It hurts too much still. But it means a lot that someone cares enough to ask. Perhaps you can tell me about Nia too.
Look, about what you said about Nia staying.
I know. It's not my place to speak. I merely wanted to spare you both additional pain.
I know. That's why I wanted to thank you. Regardless of what we end up deciding to do, I appreciate the thought. Friends?
It's been a while since I had a friend.
Why? You mean you and Death aren't besties?
God forbid. I think you're a better choice.
Ooh, tough bar to clear. Anyway, I'm sorry to distract you from your prep. I know you've got a mission to go on.
Yes, but thank you for stopping by.
Not enough power yet.
I am too occupied to simulate interest in your imaginative play, child.
Dad of the Year material right there. Hey, when Victor attacked while I was about to cross over, is that part of the resurrection ritual?
No, otherwise, he would have made another attempt by now.
I guess if it had been the real thing, I'd have been totally destroyed.
Not necessarily. Some have survived attempts at the resurrection ritual.
Really? I wonder if they could tell me anything about the ritual that might help. Are any survivors here in Haven? Elaine, you? You were part of a resurrection ritual.
I leave you to it. I must brief the Huntress before she departs.
Elaine, were you there when someone was trying to bring themselves back to life? Were you one of the souls they tried to harvest? I'm so sorry, sweetie. That should never have happened to you. Were you alone? No, there were lots of you there. Was there a way to stop the person doing the ritual? Maybe everyone worked together, or... Okay. Person who did this to you. What happened to them? Did death punish them, or... So, where are they now? Huh? What do you mean? Elaine, who gave you that scar? Did Lady Valerie do this to you? I need to go. I've got to get back to work. Go talk to someone. But thank you for talking to me and for telling me the truth. I will see you later, okay?
You about to head back as well?
I'm here to get the truth from you.
How much do you know?
Enough. I'm surprised Death let you get away with keeping it secret from me, seeing as you could have told me way more about the ritual than you claimed.
Not much more. I only learned about it in bits and pieces. I don't know what the next steps were after.
After what? After you ripped apart innocent souls just to power your way back to life? After scarring Helene for all eternity?
I didn't realize she was there.
And that makes it okay? You were perfectly fine with ripping all those others apart, but for some reason Helene gave you a crisis of conscience? Why? What was so important about your life that you were willing to hurt and destroy people's souls?
It wasn't for me. I was trying to get back for her.
Oh my God. That's why you knew what her name was from when she was alive. Why you said you lost someone dear to you because of the ritual. Helene's your daughter, isn't she?
It was hundreds of years ago in Paris. We were living on the streets. Things just kept getting worse. We were starving, sick. I did everything I could to keep her alive, help her get well. Every scrap of food I found, every coin I begged, it was all for her. She needed me. But I got weaker and weaker until
You died.
That's why I had to go back.
For Helene. To save her life.
A real parent is willing to do anything for their child. Anything. Even something truly terrible.
Like rip open enough souls to get back to your daughter?
Like I said, anything. I heard whispers, listened to them, learned a bit about what to do, how to do it, what it would cost. I tried not to think about it. Just thought about Helen. Made sure not to look my victims in the eye. So I didn't. I didn't look at them. Didn't see who was among them.
Oh no. She was in the crowd of souls you attacked. And you ended up hurting her by accident in the harvest. Did Helene?
Did she know I was the one who hurt her? Did she realize it while I was hurting her? Why do you think she stays away from me?
I don't know what to say.
Oh, I do. I can think of plenty to say. I know because I've been repeating it all to myself every single moment since then. I destroyed my daughter's afterlife, her happiness, her chance at peace on the other side. So please, go ahead and hate me. I'm not being sarcastic. I deserve it. Just know you can't possibly hate me as much as I hate myself.
Marna Limbo freed from these wretches. Anything interesting?
Define interesting.
I have places to be.
Here comes Cartel. they were hoarding.
Stay here and rot.
Arr, look who washed up on me shore. Thank ye for shopping Deadeye McGee's Emporium.
Wonder what this place was like before the cartel. Interesting. right. Good. No more cartel in the area.
There you are. I was wondering when you were going to show up. I figured you wouldn't stay away, so I've been preparing to play the host properly. Everything's nearly ready. What, not even a thank you? Or another angry tirade?
I considered it, but I think that's more your thing, given your big rant about death last time.
And what did I say about him that wasn't true?
Funny, but let's start with a bit about him offering you something worthless to become an envoy.
It was worthless. A pathetic echo of what I was owed. All he gave me was...
All he gave you was the chance to be Victor Knox, instead of Owen Newston.
How do you know that name?
It's yours, isn't it?
No, it isn't. Not any longer. I am Victor Knox. Owen Newston is dead.
He is. That's the problem, isn't it? That's always been the problem. You may make a big song and dance about being Victor, the big bad cartel boss. This has always been about Owen. Owen's life. Owen's death. Owen getting back to life.
You know nothing about me.
Well, how about I change that? Owen. What is this place?
You were Marshall's brat?
Yes.
A message from the Francos.
Know what my last living thought was? I don't understand. I still don't.
Owen?
I wasn't supposed to die, you see, not then. Not until I was old and in bed with all my family around me, like Pa told me. Like how Pa wanted to go.
Where is your pa now?
The other side, with Ma. They thought I would follow them, but it's not fair. It's not. I was supposed to have a life. Pa promised me.
It's never fair when someone's taken before their time. There's a lot of children here who were taken way earlier than you.
But Pa promised me. He promised.
I just wanted one life, that's all.
But death couldn't give it to you.
He told me it would throw the afterlife into chaos if he sent people back. But it still wasn't fair. So I tried to tell myself I could have my life here. That I could be Victor Knox, envoy of death. A strong man who takes care of business, just like Pa said. It was fun for a little while.
What changed?
After a while, it was all empty. Just shadows of the real thing. I wanted the real thing. Getting the amulet reminded me I deserved the real thing.
You mean the necklace with the symbol on it? Where did you get it?
You understand, don't you, why I did it? Why I had to do it?
Yeah, sure, I understand. I understand that under the undead cartel boss, under the promising young man with his life ahead of him, you're just a scared little boy hiding under your father's desk. I see you, Victor.
How dare you? I will rip your soul apart piece by piece and flay the agonized remains on the ruins of your precious gate.
What's that old saying? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Clearly they hurt you. And now it seems bullets can too.
I worked so hard to get this place ready for you, to be the gracious host. I knew you'd find me here, that you'd follow me. You always find me. How do you always find me?
Because you consume part of my soul. You know what? It doesn't really matter in the end.
You're right, it really doesn't. I did all this for you. It's still for you. It's just going to have to wait a little. Because first, I'm going to rip you apart until all that's left of you is a bloody scream.
taking you to the gate?
Yes, you are.
What the hell?
I waited so long to reach the gate, to open it to the world of the living. I had to get to Haven, to the gate. I needed a bridge, a connection. An envoy. And just when I needed one hand delivered himself to me.
Victor, don't do this! Victor, stop!
Straight to violence, huh? No more lectures about how my life is worthless compared to the order of things.
Since you've clearly ignored all of them.
Come on, boss. You didn't think this thing only protected me from your sight, did you? It protects me from all your powers. Save the dregs you gave that pathetic envoy.
I note that pathetic envoy managed to track you perfectly well without them.
Ah, yes. I'm still curious how he did that. He wasn't exactly forthcoming.
I imagine he wouldn't be. You consumed fragments of his soul, his connection to which, for the record, let him track you.
A connection, huh? Suppose that explains the little sympathetic twinge in my wrist when I crushed his arm under my heel. Well, believe me, I'd love nothing more than to shatter the rest of him into pieces and consume them as well. But they say the best revenge is living well, and I'm about to have one hell of a life. At last. Giving up so soon? After all that whining? I thought you'd keep trying to stop me.
Well, that's what I have envoys for.
No. You broke the ritual. How did you? It doesn't matter. I will tear your soul apart if it's the last thing I... What? What are you doing? Where are you taking me?
The same place as any other threats to the souls in my domain.
No, I won't cross over. You can't make me. This isn't my choice.
Those who infringe on the choices of others have their own choice revoked.
Turn away into a dream of yesterday.